So many people from Wei Yang City have come.
Bad man! Don't hurt my mother! Bad man!
A little stronger. That way one looks bigger than the other. Yeah, maybe he takes care of this little one, doesn't allow anybody to hurt him. Everybody needs a big friend. Tell you what, maybe this is one tree, and maybe it's dead. Maybe it's dead. In nature, we have a lot of dead trees in the woods. And sometimes we avoid the dead trees are the nature. Still hanging on. One of them that's fell down right across the screen. My light's going to be zooming through here because that little bit of that light brown. just going to take and touch. Just touch. Just touch. Just work back. Good. Sometimes it's fun. I've got the same old brush with I think where the light's going to come. It's coming up through here. Just take this and cut it. Right here, that's where you can light and strike. But don't overdo it. Overdo it and loses its effectiveness. I think you're done. Then, what is the right here? This one. Allow you to show how it works. It takes a couple of minutes to paint, but it takes a lot of fantastic people, a great deal of time. Square that you see. Sincerely appreciated. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, and I'll see you next time. Hi, I'm glad you enjoyed this. So today I think we're doing a fantastic winter scene. I think you really like this one. I'll tell you something. Let's start out with all the colors across the screen that you need to and they'll come across in the same orders I have on the top, starting with the white and working all the way around. Okay, I have my Rainbow 8 canvas up here. And today we've taken a piece of contact paper and we've just cut a design, sort of a logo type thing. Another kind of design. And I've probably just lift this one up. So it's all wet, so it's ready to go. So let's have some fun. Sometimes when we do winter scenes, we use so many blues and cold colors that they're almost uncomfortable. So I sort of like to make very warm winter scenes. We'll start with a little lizard crimson there and a 2-inch brush. And just kind of like so. And maybe we're right in here. We'll just use a little crisscross strokes. A little sky. Just make little X's. Very, very little. Be careful if you can set this sky. We don't want to do that. We want to set it on top. All we want to do is warm it up a little. There. Maybe we'll have a little that same color down here. It's going to be a winter scene, we'll have some snow in here, and this will come through and make some real nice highlights and shadows in the snow. It's also a good way to clean all the excess paint. Okay, let's take, we'll just mix it with a brush here. We'll take a little more of the alizarin crimson, a little touch of it for proportionately, more crimson and blue. So, try to make sort of a nice take it to the blue side or the red side. Just when you have a family. Today is such a beautiful day. Let's just make a very nice line. Sort of to the red side. Stay right up in here. Just drop that in. Like that. Still using little crisscross strokes. Maybe. There's a nice little cloud. It comes right out. We just take the brush and tap. Good. It's up to you. It's very individual. Here. We know he's just dribbling a basic little challenge. We're really not looking for a lot of detail at this point. All we're doing is just building a little sky. That same color. And once again, just lay some up down here where we know there's going to be snow. Anything we don't like, we just we're not committed at all. Okay, let's do the fun part here. Let's wash the old brush. Okay, we wash your brush with over and thinner. We'll shake off the excess. I really recommend if you're going to do this at home, don't do this in the rain. The hot rate is going to go down about 38 points in one brush clean. So make a thing called a brush clean down the bottom of the can. You shake the brush inside of the can. Use on this rack. All this one inside the can. Every bit of this. And just stay good around the home front. I really recommend get some kind of procedure not to do this in the living room or wherever you go. Take a little bit of the titanium wash. Maybe there lives in our world a beautiful little cloud. Just enjoys looking over this scene. Just use the corner of the brush, all we're using, just the corner, making tight little circles. Just the base, not touching the top. You just sort of wind it there. Very gently, circular strokes. Just as neat. Then you can go back in here. Maybe in our world there lives another little cloud right here. Work in layers. And the cloud that in your mind is the Father's Spirit. He's got a little arm sticks right above. Back to our camera. 2-inch depth. Something over there. Just isn't that a beautiful way to make a very effective little sky? Okay. Let's take the old brush today. I'll make some little background trees back there. Just let's go right up here. Let me mix up some color. Let's mix up a fading blue. We'll just make a nice line. In this mix, the large milk comes in blue. The blue is 100 times stronger than the crimson. Now, if you want to tell what color it is, you use a little bit of white. Yeah, it's hard to tell. That just looks black. That's a little bluer. So we add a little more of the crimson. Change your mind. You change the taste. Let's use the old round brush. This fantastic brush. It's a nice little trees. You just tap a little cut right into the bristles. Just tap. earlier today. I'm going to cut some squirrel. Got so many cards and letters. I'm going to pick up a rock and let me know. This is the when we first got it. Give you an idea. He's setting in a net. There's what he looks like today. He's a cute little girl. We call her Bob. She lives with me, has a great big cage we call Squirrel Hilton. Oh, got me on the nose there. We got squirrels or something else. But she's about to the age where she's not going to be friendly anymore. About ready to go back to the wild. So we'll turn her loose here very soon. But she is something else. I thought you might enjoy just seeing that little rascal. All I'm doing here is just tapping in some basic little tree shapes. I have a tremendous love for these little creatures and devote a lot of my free time to helping them and taking care of them and whatever I can do to make their life a little easier. And if we're going to have animals around, we all have to be concerned about them. So help us out. Shoot, if you got a little creature that lives in your yard or around where you're at, help them out a little if you can. You'll find they're very enjoyable. And they bring hours and hours of pleasure just watching them play. Yeah. Now, we have our basic shapes in. Now we could take a liner brush and put a lot of trunks in there if we wanted to, or we can just take the point of the knife and scrape in all kinds of little tree shapes, little trunks and stems and sticks, whatever. Now, when this dries, people look at your work and they'll think you spent hours with your little one-haired brush doing all these. And you don't tell them any different. All you do is up the price of what you're selling. Okay. I have several of these old round brushes going. I'm going to grab another one. I'll dip it into a little bit of the liquid white. And the liquid white is only to thin the firm white. Because remember our golden rule. Remember our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We'll be right back. Get a little of the bright red here. I'm going to put a little pinkish glow into this. There. Now just tap. See? That's how you load this brush. All you have to do is tap it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then go slightly above the dark and just begin tapping in all kinds of little snow-covered leaves. And in Alaska, where I lived for so many years, we have ice fall and it would cover everything and just make everything look like this. It's absolutely stunning. Beautiful. I have to sit inside my warm house and look out at it. Cold winter just sort of got me. Kill all the dark. Some of the dark makes it look like things are hid back there in the shadows. See how the round brush just makes all those little lacy looking things very rapid. Big one back here. I'm going to take a little paint thinner, a little dark sand. We'll just take it down to look at the basic shape. Like hit it. Worry about form and shape. That's the good paintings. I'm interested in selling paintings. I'm going to sell like hotcakes. And a lot of people buy paintings. Yeah! little dark area, that's what gives it dimension. Shape. Kill all the dark. Scrape them. Mainly in the dark areas. In the dark. It's just to clean up. Yes. That's really big. It's really lovely to talk to you. Very big decisions. Let's go ahead. We're going to have to start deciding where our snow's going to live. So, make a decision. Just put your brush down here. With this big brush, we'll do this very rapidly. Just and begin deciding. Be concerned with the lay of the land now. Just let it flow. Very nice, easy. And sometimes they will blue. And just blend that into it also makes cool areas in the snow, so it's not all liquid, a little titanium, a little touch of that plastic. Indications, little bushes and stuff. It's a nice way of covering up these edges. Just push it. Blue is a very cool color. Go straight down. Most important, go straight down. And get it on the brush. I have several brushes going for something. That quick, that gives us a nice little bit. Take a touch of liquid white, on the line, a little bit of titanium, and mix them together. Liquid white, the titanium, enough white. Let's go back to our round brush and lavender color. We'll tap a little color to the bristles. be over in here. Yep. We'll put a little now I want to leave this little bit of water showing through so you can see the water behind there. I think it'll make that look nice. A little bit of that color now. It'll set your whole world in one place. Right up here. Brush right it up. That's pretty. Maybe let's take some Van Dyke brown. Get us a little roll of paint, maybe rub it with the ribs. Birch trees make it easy. Birch trees in your area. Trees can be too long. Maybe some big maple trees. This tree. Whatever. Turn it into the brings it to the next one. Some little trunks. Perfect. Very good. Your way. Stick down here. Yeah. See? Okay, let's make a different kind of tree. Let's go over here. Shoot, tell you what, we'll just use the fan brush. Let's make a tree that lives right there. Big old tree. We'll give him another one. There. And this time, instead of pulling it around like a birch tree, all you can do is touch it. Maybe this is a different one. All you're doing is just touching with the knife, though. Just touch it. Then just pull up and as you work it out. Be sure it's right. Don't touch it. Because that'll upset you. I put the bite on it. I'm going to give this a nice pinkish glow. Makes it a little prettier. As I mentioned earlier, it keeps it from being so cold to the sticks. Maybe at one time, there was no fence here. Both still hanging out. Up to little titanium horn. Good enough. Grab that. So it brings it all together. Bring the candle up here. See what we got. This is the moment of truth right here. That is little contact face with that. And as we mentioned before, if you're out selling your work, these only ones will sell. You call signing this one right here. We call them finished. But this is one we'll try. Beautiful. It'll make you happy inside. That's what painting is all about. That's the joy of painting. From all of us here. All of us. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do just a fantastic MC if we just have a CC time together. So I'll tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint the full seascape in. While we're doing that, let me show you what I've already done. Standard old 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas, and I coated the bottom of it here with black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. I just put a little piece of masking tape across here. And the masking tape's only to keep the horizon line straight. Underneath here, I've covered this with a mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown mixed about halfway. A little bit of Indian yellow, and right here in the corner, a little dark sienna. Now these colors are all transparent enough to still look black. On top of this, I sort of put in a little basic cloud shape on a big cloud here with black gesso, and then we just covered this with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all wet, ready to go. So let's have some fun. Let's start out today with a little touch of the yellow ochre. Very small amounts, all we need on a 2-inch brush. Just a tiny little bit. Maybe we'll even add a little of the cad yellow to it. There. Just mix those two sort of together. And let's go right up here and just lay in a little bit of this yellow. Right across here. Just using little crisscross strokes. There. Something about like so. Then we'll go back into a little more of the yellow ochre and lay that right in there. A little touch more. Didn't get quite enough there. And we'll just let that one blend right on down. This is just yellow ochre and a little bit of cad yellow. That's all we have here. Right in the bottom. But we just do a beautiful, beautiful sky today. And we'll spend most of our time working on the sky. And we'll put a little seascape down in here. Okay, maybe the least little touch of a little bit of the alizarin crimson right along in there. And we're just sort of playing with nice warm colors. There we go. Okay, blend that all together. Let me clean my old brush. Just wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake it off. Then just cover everybody in the studio. All right, let's make us a nice lavender color. For that, we'll take some alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Crimson and blue. Okay, a little more blue. I want this sort of to the bluish side today. And depending on your mood, you may want it to the red side or to the blue side. Take a little white, check it out, see what we have. That's not bad, that's a good color. Okay, let's clean off the old knife. Today let's use the fan brush. We'll take a fan brush and we'll add a little bit of this lavender color onto it we made. Just like so. And let's just go up in here and using little, and I'm going to exaggerate, little rocking strokes like that. Let's just begin putting in some very basic little cloud formations here. There we go. And I use this lavender color mainly so in case it touches some of this yellow, it won't turn a bright green on us. Green skies are all right, I guess, but that's not what we're looking for today. There we go. Today we're looking for just a nice, beautiful sky. We don't want it to be green. Okay, maybe it just runs right over here. Wherever, just be very loose with this and just throw it in. I put the black gesso underneath this only so that dark shows through. It really helps make this a lot easier. Maybe this comes right over. Maybe a little stringy thing. It goes right up through here somewhere. All we're doing is laying on some base color. Well, it's a mean looking sky already, isn't it? Now then, while I have that little bit of lavender on here, let's go right in here and maybe just put the indication of a happy little cloud or two that's just sort of floating around, having a good time, wherever you think they would live. Just sort of pull them out there. Maybe I'll add a little bit more of the crimson to that. And right on down in here, maybe right at the waterline, maybe there's a nice cloud that's living right here. There. So you just sort of make up little stories and little things like that, and let your imagination sort of just take you everywhere. There it goes. Maybe it comes all the way over. Who cares? And turns around and comes back. See? But you can do anything in here. Any little thing that you want to do. Maybe right up in here we have a nice bright area. We can put that in too. Take a little white and just begin working it. In fact, maybe it's right here. There, just let that work right on out. This is just straight titanium white. There we go. You could even go so far as take your finger with a little white on it and make the indication of a little sun in there if you wanted to. You can do that. There, and then very gently just blend over it. And the indication will still be there And that white that you put on then becomes the bright area around it. There. Now we can just blend these little clouds, and we can blend those right into the sky. That easy. In fact, tell you what, let's have a little cloud. Comes right around like this. Maybe he just floats around the sky. Maybe he comes right on down here. We don't know where he goes. Wherever you want him, that's where he should be. There. Then take our big brush and just blend. All right. Now I have several old fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time washing brushes. We'll take a little white on the fan brush here. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's a little highlight lives right here on this cloud. Don't want a great deal, just enough to make it stand out a little. There, a little right here. See, there's your light source, so wherever you think light would hit it, just make that decision and drop it in. Just drop it in. Maybe a little up here on top of this. Wherever. Wherever. There. Now, when you're doing this at home, you can put a lot more detail into it. You have unlimited amounts of time. Here, if I go over 30 minutes, this mean old director gets all over me. But at home, you can do it any way that you want to do it. Now we can fluff that up, blend it a little, and it makes quite a nice sky down there. And let's go back into our fan brush. And let's go up in here. And let's just begin picking out some little shapes and things that are happening. All we're going to do is just bounce a little highlight here and there. Just bounce it in. Then we'll come back and blend it a little bit. There. I'm really working that paint right into the fabric.
You look familiar.
Okay. See there? Maybe a little right over in here. I'm going to add a little crimson into my white. A little bit of crimson to brighten it up just a tiny bit. There. See, we can put all kinds of little things for the light singing through there. There we go. In between some of these, maybe there's even a little bit of phthalo blue. There. Now we can take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and this is where we can blend all this together. Just using the corner of the brush. And lift it, blend it, and very lightly. Very lightly, just work it all together. There. But work with each individual cloud, make friends with it. Begin to see things happening in it. And you can create some of the most beautiful illusions imaginable. There we go. Little highlights up here zinging around. There, some little things in here. Just drop them in. Just drop them in and blend them, bring them together. There we are. Clean, dry, 2-inch brush. And just very gently bring all this together. See that? Fluff it, blend it. You can make some unbelievable skies very simply. All you have to do is just practice a little bit. You wouldn't believe what you could make. Would not believe. All right, maybe somewhere up in here even. There we go. Just put all these things in. I see another one right here. Wherever you want them, just sort of look around and make big decisions where you think they should live. Right on off the top up here. We don't even know where it goes. We don't care where it goes. It's up there somewhere though. Way up there in the sky. There's something over in here. Wherever you think they should live. Okay, back to our clean, dry 2-inch brush and very gently just blend. go. There. I talk about this mean old director all the time. We're going to put a picture of her in the newsletter so you can see what she looks like. Okay. All right. Now you can continue to work with this and just create all kinds of beautiful things. Just work with it. Keep building. But don't kill all your dark areas. It's very easy to get carried away. Kill all the dark areas. Those dark areas are what give it depth and strength. Make it look big, powerful. There we go. Okay, we don't want to spend the whole show working on the sky, so I'll move on down here a little bit, because I love to play with skies, and I could spend the rest of the day here. Not just the show, but the rest of the whole day here. Because I think this is really a great deal of fun. All right. Now then, as I mentioned when we started, I have a piece of masking tape right here. The masking tape is only to keep the horizon straight. So we'll take that off. But now underneath that tape, of course, there's none of the color that we put up there, because the tape wouldn't stick to that. So we'll take a little Van Dyke brown, a little sap green, and I'll just run right in here. And we'll just lay on a little bit of color right up to the horizon line. There we are. Okay, we're in business. Now then, what I would recommend when you're doing a seascape, first of all, we'll just take the old filbert brush. Let's lay out our major wave here. That'll make everything much easier if you have that laid out. And so let's say it's going to come up here. Maybe it's going to crash over and go right in there somewhere. And it'll come out like this. Then all your waves back here, they will spread out like a fan. Just like a fan. Okay? Now then, clean off the old brush here. We'll wipe it down. This filbert brush we just clean with paint thinner and then wipe it off. Grab a fan brush and take a little bit of the titanium white. Let's go right back here and decide where our waves behind the major waves are going to live. Maybe they're right here. So all you have to do is sort of block it in. Just about like so. Maybe just put the indication back here. Another one. Okay, then we'll wipe all the excess paint off our brush and then very gently grab that and begin working it back, and back. See? And that light becomes the trough, or the area in between the waves. And we'll just let these sort of blend back. A little more white, we can go back here to the horizon. Begin adding in all kinds of little distant things. We just want indications way back here. And it'll pick up that sap green that's underneath, and automatically that'll jump right out at you. Okay, maybe this wave's going to come right down through here. And then we wipe off that excess. Then we'll blend that back. Very lightly. Very, very lightly. Don't want to lose that dark area right there. That little dark area right there is very important to us. That's our friend. We want to take care of it. Okay. Now the fun part of any wave is this eye right here, or the transparency. So let's take a little bit of the titanium white, least little touch of the cad yellow in it, and we'll use the old filbert brush. Load the color into it. Let's go up here. Decide where this transparency is going to live, or the eye of the wave, and just really scrub this color in. Just scrub it right in. Now you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness. There we go. Okay, now we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just use the top corner and very gently just sort of wind it up. The brush is hardly moving. It just sort of stays in one place and goes around and around, and that'll blend all that together. And it'll get just as smooth as silk. Just as smooth as it can be. We'll just let that run right on out till it disappears. Now we can begin thinking about the shape and blend. See? There we go. And already we begin having the general outline of our wave there. Okay, I'll clean up some brushes here. Wash this old filbert brush off. Be sure it's dry. Okay, now then, I have several fan brushes going. So let's take a little of the titanium white on the fan brush. And let's make this wave curve over. Maybe it comes right here, goes pew. Gotta make those little noises. And have it just curve right over. Maybe it curves to right there. We don't know where it goes. Don't know that we really care. Just bring it right over. There we go. Now, back to our filbert. We'll use a little of this. Oh, we can use a little lavender color. That doesn't matter. What the heck. And let's go in here and just put in some shadow indications for foam. This is just basically the lavender color. Maybe it comes right on up. There it is. Just like so. There. And right on around, and there's a nice splash and churn, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. There we go. Okay, wash off the old brush. Dry it off. And we'll go right into a little bit of that titanium white. You could even put the least little bit of that purple into it just to give it a little lavender hue, but not much. Okay, maybe let's go right in here. Now let's put a little highlight on this foam. Push very hard. And make it just jump right off there. There, a little more color. See, over here we're going to have all these nice splashes and crashes. And when your color gets contaminated, just wipe your brush off real good and go back into it. There. We'll have a nice crashing up in here. Wherever you think it should be. Just sort of look at it, figure out where it should go. There. Comes right on down in there. Now then, back to our large brush. But be sure it's dry. If it's not dry, you're going to mix this all up into mud and you're going to be very upset with me. Just using the top bristles. And I find the 2-inch brush works better than the 1-inch. But you might want to try the 1-inch. A lot of people seem to like it better. I just prefer the 2-inch. There's more hair that's actually touching the canvas than with the 1-inch. There we go. Let's see here. That easy. Keep your brush clean and dry. All right. And then we can take our liner brush. We'll take some of the white. This is just titanium white with paint thinner. And we can go right along here and we can begin highlighting some of these little lines right in here. See that? There we go. And here's our light source. So that's where we want this to be the lightest.
Porridge is almost done. Plenty to go around.
And we can come right back in here. Just begin dropping in some little highlights and stuff. There. Then we'll start adding a little lavender here and there as I work away from that light area so it won't be quite as bright. I want to retain that brightness.
To the patients.
And we can begin just putting in all kinds of little things. There, see? And the more of these little details that you put in, the better your particular painting will look. And that'll make you happy when they look good like that. There we go. See? Maybe back in here. Let some of these go back. There. And these little lines create shape and form. And back in here, there's a few. This gives you wave roundness, shows foam patterns and stuff that are working all up in here and playing. But this is where it all comes together. All these little happy things here. And we can take a little of the darker color and come right around here, put a little line in there. And that'll act as your separator. Okay, bring it right in there. Just like so. Now maybe, let's have a little shimmer on the water. Shoot, let's have some fun. Take a little titanium white. There's our light source. Let's just pull this right down, straight down, right there. All we're using is a little titanium white. But all those beautiful colors are underneath here. This is the Indian yellow and the dark sienna. It's all coming alive now. You don't hardly even know it's there until you start putting a little white on there. And then kaboom, jumps right out at you. There we go.
It's all karma.
Wherever you want.
Oh, boss.
Sort of look at where your light source is.
Blades.
Now, very lightly, we go across. And that'll give the indication of the very wet areas. Sort of blend it together. There we go. See how that just comes right together? Sneaky. Now, let's take the small knife. I like that little knife for this. We'll take a little bit of the white, titanium white. Now, come right down in here so we can watch right in here. See where this is going to come? Push very firmly. Very firmly. We'll reload the knife. Just that little roll of paint that causes that though. See there? There we go. This little knife really works better for this than the big knife. It really works better. You can put a few little things in here. See how you can make all those little ripples and stuff? Wherever you think they should be. Now we can take a fan brush and very lightly grab that and blend it back. See, and leave some of those shiny things showing through. It looks like the wet areas there. And it's beautiful, very pretty. And we got all of our foam is traveling up the wave. There we go. Okay. Now then, back to our little liner brush. And maybe here there's some, there you go. It's a nice little watery area. Goes right there. Like so. Okay, there it is. There. And in here, just all kinds of little things. I say, at home you have time to do this in a lot of detail. You will be amazed at what an effective way this is to do some very beautiful systems. Just spectacular things. And anybody can do it. And I do these kinds of little ones that look like that. It's a little more interesting. Easy to make. Just look like a little wave that sort of fell over. I can make some stuff, nice wave around. Maybe we can put rocks in there. I like to put rocks in there. It gives a wave something to splash against and have fun with. Oh, we got that old brush wet. I'll take a little bit of the brown. Maybe up here. There. Maybe there. We'll put some little seagulls or elm birds as they're called. There we go. See, there's some happy little birds floating around up in there. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's take the old filbert brush. We'll put some Van Dyke in it. Let me reach over here and get a little bit of the liquid white. I'm gonna put some dark sienna, a little yellow ochre in it. Pile it up. And I'm gonna put Van Dyke brown on both sides of the filbert and then pull one side, just one side, right through this light color. Now then, maybe there's some stones that are really out in here in the water. This is the easiest way to make them some very effective little stones. There. However many you want. Maybe we'll have 3. Just let that power right off there. Take the liner brush. A little bottom around these stones. We about have a finished painting. But give this one a try. And if you have time, drop me a line. Let me see what kind of results you're having. Because that makes it all worthwhile if it's working for you. And I'd love to hear from you. I think we'll call this one finished. So, give this one a try, as I say. And drop me a line. We take all the pictures sometimes, put them together, and we like to show them on TV. So maybe you'll see yours here. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless, my friend. I'm certainly glad you could join me because it's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. Tell you what, let's just do a beautiful little painting today. Every day's sort of crazy around here, so I thought today we'd start with something a little different. So tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done up here. I've taken a piece of contact paper and put it on my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas here, and I've cut 2 ovals out of it. And then I've coated the inside of these 2 ovals with a mixture of liquid white and liquid black. So I guess you'd call it liquid gray. And we just put a nice thin even coat, and it's all ready to go. The rest of this is just decoration because it's getting a little crazy here. So I thought we'd have some fun today. Let's take a little bit of the midnight black. We'll use the old 2-inch brush. Midnight black, a little of the, we'll use some dark sienna. Reach over here, I get a little alizarin crimson. Just mix them together, like so. Black, dark sienna, little alizarin crimson. Very dark color though. Very dark color. All right, maybe today we'll do a scene that's deep in the woods here. I don't know, let's just start off and have some fun. Let's just take and begin putting in the indication of all kinds of little shapes. And we'll just start off tapping in some very basic little shapes and sort of see what happens. Let's see what happens. Now I made this gray mixture today because I want this to be very subdued. And this gray will mix with everything that we put on there, and it'll cause that to happen automatically. And if there's any of this gray showing through, then it'll look just right. There. Just begin laying in all kinds of little shapes. And right now, all we're looking for is just some basic ideas. We're not looking for a lot of detail. We'll come back and look at what we have, and then we'll begin picking out each individual little thing. Right now, all we're doing basically is blocking in some ideas. So, we have the midnight black, dark sienna, a little alizarin crimson, maybe right here. What the heck? We'll have some here too. Just let these things run right on through. There. Now when you're playing at home, try this liquid gray, as I call it. It'll make some beautiful effects for you. Mix these mediums together. We have the clear, the black, and white. Mix them together. You won't believe some of the effects. Personally, I like to take a little of the liquid white and clear and put it together. And it gives the white, well, it gives it a little bit of transparency. Sometimes that comes in very handy for creating certain effects and certain illusions. There we go. Okay, a little bit more of the black and the crimson. But see, you can begin finding little shapes in here, and all we're using is just the corner of the 2-inch brush. But these little shapes they'll just sort of begin to appear. It's real easy. It's one of the nicest ways to sort of just lay out a little painting. There. Okay, now let's take our liner brush. We will go right into brown, a little Van Dyke brown. Make this paint very thin. Turn it. Straining the bristles to a nice sharp point. See how sharp it is? There's a lot of paint in there. Everything's picking out little individual things. If you have trouble making the paint flow off your liner brush, that's all you have to do. Keep the paint very thin, very loose. And then you just slide off the brush. In some of these light areas, you're going to fade too. There you just have an indication of a few little sticks and twigs that are showing through. There. See, maybe right in here. We don't know. We'll separate all this with highlights. We're going to come back and put all kinds of little highlights. Right now, all we're interested in is just creating the illusion of a lot of little things happening in here. Okay, let's do that also over here on the other side. We need something going on over here too. There, maybe there's a tree there too. We don't know. Wherever. Here. Sounds a little good. Just sort of let your imagination just take it right here. Maybe right in here. But see, just by putting these little sticks in here, you begin making out little individual things, that easy. And it'll just happen for you automatically. Practice this a little bit and you'll be amazed at what you can do by just throwing some color on the canvas. All right. One steel brush. We just wipe it off on a paper towel. I'll just use the same old dirty brush since I have it going here. Let's take a little bit of a yellow, reach up here, grab a little black. We put that in there, that'll make a beautiful green color. There, tap it a little bit. That puts that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the bristles. Okay. Now then, let's go up in here and begin picking up all these little individual things. Maybe back in here lives a happy tree. Right there. Just think about form and shape for this tree. And just begin dropping in. There. See there? There he is. We knew he was there, didn't we? Add a little of the yellow ochre and Indian yellow. Maybe be back in there. Oh, there he is. There's another little rascal. Well, my little squirrel would love to have back in here. There's so many things happening. There. So just sort of look at these things though. Drop them in. And all we're doing is just using the corner of the brush. That's really all we have going here. Just the corner of the brush. But think about individuals. Let's add a little touch of the bright red here and there. There. Ooh, that's nice. I probably painted
A bowl of honey bear balls to wash away the day's troubles.
and I still get excited every time I see this work. It's fascinating. There we go. Are you beginning to see all these little things? Isn't that exciting that it happens that easy? Shoot. That's the joy of painting. That truly is the joy of painting. When you get to the point that you have no fear, let's go over the other oval over on the other side here. We don't want him left down. There's another little tree, a little bush. A little Indian yellow maybe, and a little touch of the bright red. A little sparkler way back here. So just by varying color and shape and form, you can create all kinds of things. All kinds of things. I like these little paintings. They make you feel good inside. And that's what life's all about. Makes you happy. There. See? But layer after layer. This layering effect is what causes it to have depth and distance and Keeps it from being just a flat old piece of canvas. There's dimension in there just because of the layers. I'm going to dip the brush into the least little touch of liquid white. Just the least little touch. There. Okay. And come back here and drop in all kinds of little rascals. There. But see how nice that gray works back in there for you? It's really a fantastic way to paint. Maybe I'll put another one right here. So you just keep seeing things. You can just add more and more. There. Well, I bet there's a mosquito too that lives back in there. That's a beautiful place. But you know what? You know me. I think there ought to be maybe let's have. I see something happening right here. Let's take a little liquid white, a little bit of the titanium white. I'll be right back. Don't go away. A little touch of the phthalo blue. Little touch. Okay. We have a very light blue on there now. Let's go right up in here. Maybe in our world, look right here. Watch. Maybe there's a little bit of water. It just plays along and bloop, falls over. See there? Just let it bloop. Got to make that little noise. Maybe it just spills right along like that. Comes right out of there. Bloop. There it fell again. Son of a gun. Look at that. See? Just splash when it hits. Push upward to make that splashy effect. And we have a happy little stream that's just running right out of there. That easy. Where is it going to go? Yeah, we have to start making some big decisions here. Tell you what, let's just take we'll grab a 1-inch brush here. I'm going to take a little touch of sap green. Just going to throw it right there. I want to reflect all these nice colors right into the water. Put a little sap green there. Maybe a little yellow ochre. Ooh, that's pretty. There. Maybe even a little touch of white right through there. And there. A little bright spot. Maybe back to some green. This is just sap green on a 1-inch brush. Pulling it straight down. Straight down. Just sort of let that blend together. Let's go over on the other side over here. Over here, maybe we'll have a little more of that. Shoot, that looks so good. Looks good enough to eat. For the yellow ochre. One there. Maybe a little more green. I don't know. But you can just put all kinds of beautiful colors right in here like this. And then get a clean 2-inch brush. I want to grab that firmly and pull it down. Very firm. Grab it and pull down. Straight down. Like so. And then across. See that? Makes it looks like reflections in the water. There. Okay. Now then, let's go back to our little fan brush here. Maybe this water comes right on down here, bounces around, and just begins to play and have fun. Shoot, we don't know where it goes. All kinds of beautiful effects. You know what we need? Let's have some little stones that live out here. For that, let me get out a little bit of white. And we'll put that right up here. Like so. And I'm going to add a little bit of dark sienna to that. Maybe even a little yellow ochre. Just make a very nice, warm, little light brown color. Okay. Now then, we'll take let's use the old filbert brush. We'll go right into little dark sienna and Van Dyke brown mixed together. Okay, now then, both sides of the brush now. Right here, we'll take one side and go through this thin color that we made. See? Brown on one side, white on the other. And maybe up in here, in our world, maybe there's just all kinds of little stones. Look at that. See them? Just all kinds of happy little stones live up in here. You can make as many or as few as you want in your world. There's one. They're just everywhere. They live right here in this brush. Maybe they come right over here. Just all kinds of them. All kinds of them. Maybe there's a big in here. Very little bigger. Maybe. Maybe right here. Just sort of make up your mind where you think they should live. And drop them in. There's some. But make them all different sizes. Some are big, some are small. They're like people. And grab the bottom. Brush. The titanium one. At least a touch of the thing. Okay. A lot of painting bristles. Now then, we'll come right in here with this color. And let's just begin to wrap a little water right around these rocks. That'll set them right down into the painting. Brings everything together. See there? Now let's go over to the other side here. Maybe. Here it comes. Right on through. The water right there. Into our world, maybe this water is coming along here and all of a sudden, swoop, falls over again. You can drop that water over as many times as you want. Just stand right there. You can have as many little rocks stuff in there. Maybe there's another one down here at the bottom of this little waterfall. It's up to you. Water right there, and that pushes that stone right into it. Comes down, falls over, and we'll have a few little splashes down here where it hits. There. See? A nice way to make a very effective, beautiful little scene. Catch that little trout. You take our pink one, a little bit of the brown, turn it down there. Indication here and there, a few more sticks and twigs. Going all out through here. There. These little details are what makes your painting so special. Okay. See? Growing up between those rocks there. Maybe down here in the foreground. Maybe there's some stuff over here. So for that, let's go back into our black, a little dark sienna, a little bit of the alizarin crimson. We just mix these on the brush. Tap a little bit of color right into the bristles. Tap firmly. All right, let's go up in here and let's decide where little things live over here. There they are. There's a happy bush. He lives right there like so. Get a little more color. And he's got a little friend here. There. Okay, good. These are so much fun to make. And by putting some bushes here in the foreground, it pushes everything back. See how far back this all went? Push that little waterfall way back here. Little things
Southward
right
I ascend to Jai-Shi Pavilion.
Yeah, we can take our knife and just go in here and scratch an indication of a stick and a twig. There. Now, we just use that same old brush. I'm lazy.
Ouch!
It's got
Are
color
all
all over it.
swordsmen like
That's
you?
all right. We'll go right into the yellows here and see we got cad yellow, yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Here and there we're going to touch a little bright red. Just like so. Okay, now then, let's go up here and put some highlights on this old bush. There. There you go. Just use the corner of the brush, though. You make all these little individual things. Little individual things. A little for this one. There. Maybe we'll touch a little red right here. Ooh, That's nice. That's nice. Be careful with that red though. Too much of it's distracting. And almost invariably, your eye will go to that red place. Almost can't help but look there. So don't get too much. It can get too distracting on you very rapidly. Maybe right here. There. Okay, you get a little sap green. A bit of black here. There we go. Over on this side. And then put a few little leaves and stuff out here. There he is. Just all kinds of little things. Now you can make these as bright as you want them, or you can make them subdued. Either way. I like them a little more subdued. But maybe a week from now, you'd like to have them nice and bright again. It's up to you. And your mood changes continually. And when your mood changes, your painting will change. It's almost something you can't help. It just sort of happens. Now, I want to take a little liner brush here, and I'm going to take a little bit of paint that's almost white, very thin, and here and there, put in a few little white trunks back there. You always have some of those in the woods, and they stand out very good against all this dark. They just sort of make it interesting. Just here and there. Okay, maybe a couple on the other side. And we can just have some fun. All right. I tell you what, let's do. I think we're to a point where we can take the contact paper off and let's see what we have. So we just grab it, give a pull, and there we go. We have two very nice ovals. Now we can really get crazy. Let's take, we'll go right back to our original color. I know I'm going to get a letter or two or 100 and say I like that painting just the way it was and you went and messed it up. But when you do yours, if this is where you want it to stop, then that's exactly the place to stop it. I want to just show you what you can do with it here though. Let's go right out here into this area. And let's just let these bushes and stuff continue a little bit and see what happens. Just let them continue a little. Just sort of blend them right into the ones that you have. And there they go. There. Now, let's go back. And put just a touch of the liquid white on the brush. The liquid white is there only to thin the color. Only to thin it. And we'll take a little of our color. Ooh, that's nice. Tap the bristles. Tap them into the color. All right. Now then, let's put a few little highlights up in here. All kinds of little things that are happening. Just like so. There. You know, it's almost unreal to me. With the completion of this series, there'll be over 230 Joy of Painting shows. Phew. It's a lot of shows. Almost unreal to me. And I hope you've had the opportunity to see them all if you want to. If you haven't, give the station a call. They're donated to them free so they can pick them up. Just let them know that you want them. Because if you don't let them know, they don't know what you like. And they like to hear from you. Tell you what, maybe down here there's a little bit of dirt. We'll take some Van Dyke Brown. Let's go right in here. Just put a little brown in here. There. Something about like so. I don't know. Whatever you want. Let it go on out here. Take a little brown, a little white, mix it together. Make us a little highlight on the knife. Barely touch it. Just let it graze. Barely touch it. Barely touch it. Now then, we'll take a fan brush. Put a little bit of a yellow, greens, and all those different colors on it. Let's go up in here, and we'll just pop in just a few little happy grassy areas right along in here. Wherever you think they should be. There we go. See there? That creates a lot of depth in your painting. A lot of depth. Ooh, I see something nice. You know what we ought to do? We got a minute or so left here. Let's have some fun. Always get in trouble right at the end of the show. Let's take a fan brush and fill it full of Van Dyke brown. Put a lot of color, maybe a little dark center into it. A lot of paint. A lot of paint on it. Maybe in our world there lives. Are you brave? This is your bravery test for today. There it is. Yeah, you guessed it. Big old tree. Lives right there. Big old tree. But he's a happy tree, so it's maybe he's got a friend. Comes right down like that. There. No, I'm going to get some letters about this now. Don't want to get in trouble about this. There we go. Now then, let's take, here's a little titanium point. We're going to flat, cut across. Let's go up here. Barely touch. Steady. Barely touch. Maybe this is just a big old birch tree that lives right up here. Barely touch. Pull it. Maybe there's a little on the other side too. Just like so. See that? Now let's do some on the other side. There. When you pull this, pull it sort of round. And all you're doing is barely touching the canvas. Don't want to put too much pressure on it. Barely graze it. There. Now, let's go in here and we'll use the old vinyl brush. Paint thinner. And we'll put in a few limbs on this big old tree here. Maybe there's one right here. Comes right out, right over like that. Give me another one there. Wherever you want them. Just wherever you want them. Put a few right in there. Like so. Oh, there we go. We don't have to have too many. I'll put a few leaves on here. But just enough so you can see the indication of somewhere in there. We can take our brush with a dark color, go back, tap in a few little things like so, and we'll highlight those little, there.
Thinking of taking the ferry?
Yellow.
It's pretty windy today.
Let's come back in here. I'll just put a few highlights on there. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a very nice little painting. Give you a lot of practice. And it'll make you happy inside. The old clock on the wall tells me that it's time to go. So I think we'll call it a day. We'll call this one finished. From all of us, happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. And I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting, maybe sort of like a little fantasy painting. I think you'll enjoy it. So I tell you what, let's have it start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint on you. While we're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here. Today I've taken a little black gesso on my standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've just sort of painted a little design right here. It just sort of goes around and right on into nothing there. It looks like a big eye or something right in the center. Now then, I've let the black gesso dry completely, and then onto that, I've taken a little bit, a very small amount of the liquid clear and covered the entire canvas. So a very, very small amount. Then we've just made a mixture of alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue, and like a lavender, and we've covered the entire canvas with it. And that's all we do. The only reason I put the liquid clear on the top of the black gesso is to make the application of the firm lavender color much, much easier. You'll see that it really pays you great dividends. And I thought today is such a fantastic day that we just have a good time. So let's start out today with a little titanium white. Right on the old 2-inch brush. Shoot, get right in there with a big one. And we'll just load a little color onto the bristles. Just by tapping. Pull a little color out and just tap it. That's all you have to do. Okay, let's go right up here. Now today, I want to have a nice light shining right out of this area. So we're going to start right in here with this very light paint, this pure white, and just begin working this outward. Just let it work outward. Just making like little crisscross strokes right there. This will be our light area in this painting. I want to do a painting, I think in my mind I see a painting that, well, like maybe there's big trees here and there's like a stream of light coming through here. It's just zinging right through there like that. And we can even take and pull it and gives that impression already. But that's going to be our light source in this painting. And these paintings can be done in a multitude of colors. I've just picked lavender today because that's a nice color. It's a nice day, so I thought it would work well. But you could do them like in phthalo blue or sap green or any of the transparent colors. And if you're in doubt as to whether a color is transparent or not, take a little bit of it on your finger, just rub it on a black canvas. If the canvas still looks black, then it's transparent enough for what we're doing. It may only be semi-transparent, but it'll work for what we're doing. If you put it on here, like white for example, you put it on here and you can see the color, then it's not transparent enough for what we're doing, okay? That's an easy way to try it out and see. Let's wash your brush. That's the fun part. Shake it off and just have a good time with it. Okay, tell you what, let's go right up here. Let's have a little lavender, a little phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and we just sort of mix these on the brush. I want this lavender color more to the red side, so we'll add more crimson than normal. There. I'm just going to tap a little color into the bristles. Be right back. Let me get a little touch of white. I want to lighten that even more. There, maybe even a little more of the reddish color. Good, I like that. Tap a little color right into the bristles, like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe back in here, we can make out the indication of some nice little trees that are hanging over here. So all we want to do here is just put the indication of some beautiful little branches right here. I don't want this to get too dark because it'll ruin that illusion back there. There. And all we're looking for is very basic little shapes. We're not looking for detail at this point. Just very, very basic little shapes. Maybe back in here you can see the indication of some very soft little things. Okay, now then, let's take our liner brush. We'll dip it in a little of the paint thinner. Little paint thinner, and we'll go right into that same color. We want this to be thin like water though, thin as ink. And turn the bristles when you pull them out. That'll bring it to a very sharp point. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we can go back in here and begin putting here and there the indication of a few sticks and little limbs that you can see, little trunks. There, see, just drop those in. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should live. There. Wouldn't this be a perfect place for my little squirrel to live? I hope you've got to see him. I've showed him a couple of times. Actually, it's a she, but beautiful little creature. There we go. Okay, maybe right here we can see something that's a little bigger. Just sort of let your imagination go here. Now then, let's wash the old brush. Let me find another 2-inch brush. We'll take a 2-inch brush here, and I want to make a very, very light lavender color. Very light. So I'll pick up a little of that lavender that we were using, go into the titanium white, maybe even a little more of the crimson. Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice. Or you could use a little touch of the bright red. Let's have a little of that. That's even better. Now, tap the bristles. Once again, that loads that little edge of paint right out on the tips of the bristle there. Just give it a tap, a little push. You can see that little ridge of paint comes up right there. There's also a corresponding one on the bristles, and that's what we actually paint with. Now then, we can go up here, and the light's singing through here, so we're going to have some very bright areas. There we go. Just tap them in. That's beautiful. So easy. All we're using is just the corner of the brush. Just the corner of the brush. See? And just begin thinking about all the little various shapes here. There. All kinds of nice things just sort of hanging around there. There we go. And you have to make a decision where they live and how many there are and where they hang out at. There. Maybe a little more right there. And that gives us a nice light area in this painting, right back in here. Very lightly, one hair and some air, just barely touch. Pull over that to help create that illusion of light rays coming through there. But just barely touch so you don't distort any of this that you've painted up here. Now then, let's go back into our lavender color, and we'll begin working forward with this. Just begin working forward. Take a little of the lavender on the 2-inch brush, load it the same way, and maybe we begin to see some little tree shapes that are closer to us. All we're doing right now is putting on some dark, so our light will show when we put it in there. There. This is the way we begin creating distance and depth in this painting. And we're not concerned with this side over here. All we're looking for is this nice edge right here. At this point, later on, we'll be concerned with everything. But right now, that's all we're interested in. And then, let's take a little more of that light color. And as you notice, we're working in layers. Tap a little bit more of that light color onto the brush. Just tap it on there. Maybe pick up a little bit more of the phthalo blue. As it gets farther away from the light source, it's going to get a little darker. A little more blue into it. There. Okay, let's go up here and try this. Now then, we can begin coming in here. Ooh, that's nice. There. Isn't that fantastic, though, that you can take a brush this big and make something that looks that delicate? And you can. You really can. There we go. These are beautiful paintings to give to, if you have a young friend. This is a super painting for a young friend, because this looks like something right out of a fairy tale if you do it right. And you could go back and add in any kind of little characters that you wanted to, whatever. Maybe
Who just went in there? Is Miaoshan really back? He's hiding well. Not very Buddha-like. Buddha's light pierces the darkness. Where will this light guide us now? What would happen if I didn't follow it at a fork? Legend says Master Baozi can make 12 faces appear from a wound in his face. And they say Miaoshan was known for 1,000 faces. This must be it.
A flood that drowns everything. It's coming.
Sutra illustration. I'll need to find a Buddha mantra scroll to compare it with.
What about you? Master Mao Shan, why have you abandoned the Buddha?
A sutra illustration. I'll need to find a Buddha mantra scroll to compare it with. Reading from the text, Prince Ajatashatru, following the evil friend Devadatta's teaching, imprisoned his father, King Bimbisara. Most of these are stories of Ajatashatru. He hunted his parents because of grievances in his past life. I don't think the painter understands. No one knows what Miaoshan was trying to do. That's why the last mural is so confused. It's because Miaoshan never existed. In past and future lives, he's always been Tenying. Has he been hiding in this Buddha cave all these years? Keep looking.
Are you here to see my Dharma form? Or the truth?
Why are you eyeing me like that?
Under Du Chongwei's command at age 34. 7 years ago, he hung up his armor and returned to farming in Qinghe. 16 years ago, he forged military intel on Du Chongwei's orders. The intel blocked reinforcements and left Field Commander Wang Qing trapped at Zhongdu Bridge. Remember him? You two shared wine once and crossed blades twice in the army. Shame his head weighs too little to honor the general's memory. Wouldn't you agree, Jiang Yan?
Is there Uncle Jiang?
Most fortunate. 16 years late, but your head is finally mine. Once before, reeking of liquor, blade in hand, asking for military secrets. I gave you what you wanted. I begged you to save the general, and you, if your nod meant nothing, what's the point of keeping that head? Your sword has grown slower since 16 years ago. Slower than when you murdered the general. That can't be. You look like him. You hold a sword like him. Your technique resembles his. But your strikes are different. His strikes never hesitated. So, Jiang Yan sends you to die rather than coming himself. So, Jiang Yan, typical. Wielding a... Tell me.
Looking for him? Save your energy.
He ran away.
He didn't. Think about your blind eyes, clumsy words, and death threats.
This yapping. Now that's something you learned from him. General. Never kill civilians. Never kill the innocent. Kill only the guilty. But he has Zhang Yan's every move. Can I not? But, General...
Are you planning my death with that statue right to my face? Better to strike than...
Go. I promise.
He sure runs... Who is this headless general? And what about these guilty men, the... A letter of confession, burned... That face, wasn't that the head from earlier? This one, I feel like I've seen this person in Harvest Fall Village before. Uh-oh. I better get there before he... The man in the statue lived in Harvest Fall. Seems the blind man is already here.
Say it again! When did the general die?
It was the hour of the long, at the third quarter.
Good boy! Du Chongwei's faithful hound. You would say the wrong time even in madness, so there'd be no reinforcements.
I didn't. I did nothing to the general.
The general died at the 5th quarter. I saw it with my own eyes. That sword pierced the general's body. A blade, long and cold, gleaming like waters in autumn. Through the general's chest. The same sword Zhang Yun carried when he came looking for me.
5th quarter. 5th. Yes, the general died at the 5th quarter too.
What?
He died at the 3rd quarter and at the 5th quarter.
Nonsense! How could the general die twice? You'd tell any lie to save your skin! I should have taken your head years ago, Liu Musan!
Stand aside!
Don't kill me, little general. The general swore us to silence. I can't tell you even if...
Sworn to silence.
No. No. You are not the little
Hey, look before you speak. Can't you even tell who your killer is?
He told me quite clearly. Jiang Yan killed him for a secret the general...
Why trust a madman's word?
Only a...
Looks like you and I had the same idea. What do you say, Blind Eyes? Work with me?
Speak.
Now, Blind Eyes, how...
You want to protect...
Smart. He won't tell this secret to you or to me. But does that mean he won't tell Jiang Yan?
Why should I help?
Because you want to know the general's secret, and I want to know Jiang Yan's, and also so your blade will never take my head. If I can make you think I'm Jiang Yan, I can make a madman. Hey, Blind Eyes!
I'm blind, but you're not. Fix your eyes on the road and keep up.
Where to?
To get a drink.
Never took you for a wine lover. So, I must drink with you before you'll help me? For some things, rushing gets you nowhere. For good wine, ask those who have a taste. Blissful Retreat, by the Stone Bridge. Find it. Remember, after this treat, there's no backing out. You must help Ming Yan.
All good!
Didn't expect that hidden jar of wine would end up coming in handy here.
Drink up.
Me? Drink?
Army regulations forbid
The army's long gone. You just finished off every last remaining soldier. This useless little rule of yours.
I see you've barely caught a whiff of wine, and already forgotten your purpose. That small talent does make you resemble Zhang Yan.
Don't slander an honest man. Well, come on, let's hear it. Who lived with Zhang Yan?
The general once saved a group of young beggars without a second thought. He saved so many people like that. Too many for even him to remember. Among those beggars, some are good at fighting, some at running away, some others at gathering information. The general chose the one who fought best, and took him as a foster son, teaching him martial arts.
That foster son was Zhang Yan?
Yes. He was a... Play the hero. He always had that look like he was above everyone else. The general protected him. Our flawless general. Except for his weakness for Zhang Yan. The general never said a word. No one else had the right to judge.
Did Zhang Yan have any friends?
He had dealings with all kinds of unsavory characters throughout the Zhonghu. As for friends, probably Chen Zishi, a pretentious scholar, perfect match for him. Those two always stirred up trouble whenever they spotted an esteemed martial artist.
Huh? Didn't they ever get thrashed for it?
Zhang Yan's swordsmanship was not without genuine merit.
You're telling me those so-called masters were all frauds? That's why they got beaten by 2 kids?
Let's go.
I haven't put on my act yet.
You already do act like him.
Are you certain this is enough?
That day, he came to...
Sword...
The more you act like him. Now...
Hey, this isn't what we agreed with General...
Wine. I smell wine. Why are you here, little general? Been drinking again?
Bring you along, huh? Why should I do...
Are you still angry about... I know how magnanimous you are, little general. No, I mean Master Zhang. Surely you're not holding such a trifle against us.
A jar of wine. In exchange for his secrets.
Maybe we can leave this jar of wine until...
Help him hide it from me, and it would be his death. At least let me drink with him one more time, Ryuno-san.
Someone had to cross the Jiangdu Bridge, little general.
Tell me what this is.
Your sword is too sharp for me. Too sharp.
Yeah, it's sharp enough. That's how it always kills those it wants to kill, and saves those it wants to save.
Find the gentleman. Little General, find a carriage that's empty but moving. At the third watch, the gentleman arrived by carriage. He said he had a gift for the General. That was a box. Once the box reached the General's hands, it would be his death.
Box! Impossible! That box was the key to the Battle of Zhongju Bridge. It was... So I had to run faster. Faster than ever. To deliver that box. Run faster than ever before. To deliver the box.
It's you, the skinny little kid. You've grown. No wonder the General didn't recognize you. I remember when you asked to see the General that day. You said...
I am a scout of the Central Army, and the commander sent me to deliver a keepsake.
The General asked if you knew each other. Because you kept stealing glances at him. And your face flushed.
General, you once saved my life.
The General stood still.
It's you, Run. I said, General, leave me. General, I know the ropes now. And they're promoting me.
What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? Time! The General chose the hour of 10.
What are you doing here?
Excellent! You're here, little General. If the General saw you on the battlefield now, he'd be furious. The General's sacrifice wasn't in vain. It's over.
The General's sacrifice? Who did the General want me to find?
Weren't you together just now? Little General, you're with Skinny Monkey.
You, Musan! What nonsense are you spouting now?
Skinny Monkey, you've helped the General twice now. You just delivered the box. And tricked the little General away with it. A sharp enough sword can save lives. We couldn't stop the little General's blade. So instead, we tricked you away. Only if the General dies can the little General live.
No! Madman! You can't trust a madman's words! Jiang Yan met me, and I sent him to save the General. And that box, too. It was to save the General. I went to save the General. That box was the key to the battle at Zhongju Bridge.
That's theft! Theft from fate!
do you mean, theft from fate? No. Liu Musan! Get up!
All right.
You should say! The general didn't know that you were going to be promoted to the North Camp as General Wang's personal guard. General, you asked me to save Zhengyan, and you asked me to kill you. You killed yourself and made me do you harm. Yet all you wanted was to save him. General.
I'll go with you.
What are you up to?
The general is dead!
The general can die twice now! General!
Halt, traveler! Stand and deliver! Give me your money!
Oh, it's you. Jianghu Pro.
Did you get it?
The thing they say... Wow. Let me be equally honest. There are two legendary figures in Qinghe. One is Tian, and the one I need to kill is him. Many years ago, when his sword pierced me back then, he didn't say a word to me. Yet I became obsessed. If only I kill him. Yes. So there's no money in this job. If you still want to join me, I'll tell you the secret. So, did you see that Tin Young? My sword. How dare you youngsters mock me? Doctor! Doctor! I'm in pain again.